Well, back over here on the steer side, I think a really interesting class to sort through. Very competitive and a lot of good cattle all the way through that are just kind of different in their kinds, and you've got to make a decision on what you want to do as you sort through them. For me, there's a pair of cattle that kind of sort themselves to the top, and within that that pair, there's some minute differences. I think one of the biggest things that's a challenge here is our calf that I'm going to go ahead and use to win the class probably just isn't quite as show ready and broke yet. And maybe doesn't help out the situation quite as good in terms of presenting himself as maybe the calf that comes in second. But after that, when we start to study him from the ground up, I like this steer in terms of his foot size. I really like the way he reads in terms of his angles, the way he uses his both ends of his skeleton in terms of his movement, a steer that's really flexible. And then when we study him in relation to his body cavity, I think he just shows more depth of rib and shape to it, especially in relation to his body condition, which I do think I read is pretty green at this stage. He's a steer I'd maybe like to blend just a little different in terms of the way he lays the point of his shoulder into his forerib, but a steer that when you get in behind him, for one that's this skinny, is really progressive in terms of his pin width. He's a steer that I love in terms of his body condition, or his structure, like I said, and I think as he continues to go on and just figure life out, is going to give this young lady a really nice steer down the road. No doubt, the black and white steer kind of gathers himself a little better. He probably collects his top line just a little nicer, and as a result, handles his pin set just a little better when he's out here on the move for that regard. As we study him, I don't know that he's quite as good in terms of the angle to his hind leg, the way he uses it in terms of his flexibility, and then we study him in relation to his condition. I just don't read him quite as good in terms of his body shape. But man, that's picking on a really high quality calf that's got a great look to the side, from the side. He's really expressive in his muscle shape. Looks like he's going to make a great fat steer down the road. Young lady, you just keep working hard on that one. The young man's baldy steer that comes next is one that gives you a great look up front. His presence, his ear set, the way he ties everything together, and his look from the side out here in the ring, you really like. He's another one that probably just needs a little more time in terms of getting show broke to allow himself to gather himself, because when he does, he pulls it all together really nicely. At times he wants to fight him. You question just a little bit the way he handles his pin setting on the move. I'd like to make him just a little more flexible as he goes out of his hock and down into his pastern in relation to the two cattle in front of us. But some really intriguing parts. I think a steer that has a bright future ahead of him as well. Young man steer that comes next, I just love in terms of his practical feeding look. He's so good in terms of his body shape and just got a soft look to him as you study him from that regard. I don't think he ties everything together quite as neat or attractive as the three cattle ahead of him. But man, there's one that's just fundamental in terms of his feeding look and his muscle, his dimension. I think he'll just keep getting better for the young man, doing a great job out here showing him. We get into a pair of colored steers here that are kind of more similar in their type than they are different. Both really bold and muscular in terms of their shape, ones that are very expressive. This steer gives us a little bit better look as we study him up through his front end. I think he's a little more relaxed in through his shoulder and front knee. Maybe just a little rounder in the way he comes out of his shoulder blade back into his pin setting. We'd like to change that about him. The gold steer that comes next, just like him, very dense in terms of his body and his muscle. I'd like to just make him a little bit better in terms of his structure as he hits the ground. You get him behind him, I'd like to square him up just a little bit, maybe lengthen him out in terms of his hip design. Huge bodied, really dense in terms of his muscle, a really powerful kind of a steer. We get into a black and white one that just needs a little more time on feed to see what he's going to do. If he'll shut down and moderate in terms of his frame and continue to open up and get wider, I think this calf's got a lot of neat pieces to him. I'd like to change him just a little bit in terms of his hock. As we get into the next cattle, I think ones that are just maybe a little bit greener in terms of their kind today and need more days on feed to kind of catch up with the cattle ahead of them in terms of their power, maybe tweak them just a little bit in terms of their structure. But I think cattle, as you guys continue on down the road, will continue to get better, and I encourage you to stay positive with your project. A really great class from top to bottom.
Results from your belted Galloway show. Your Class 107 class winner goes to entry number 18, Spring Hill Jewels, owned and exhibited by Jaden Dunkerley. Your Class 108 results in first place, and also your champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 18, Spring Hill Jewels, exhibited by Jaden Dunkerley. Your reserve champion senior heifer calf goes to entry number 20, and also your Class 108 winner, Wagner Farms Merida, exhibited by London Kale. In second place for Class 108 goes to entry number 19, Riversmith Bridget Jones, exhibited by David Korn. Third place goes to entry number 21, Spring Hill Hannah Jane, exhibited by Avery Stitzline. Your Class 111 results for your Belton Galloway show. In first place goes to entry number 24, Sunnybrook Honey, exhibited by Rhett Shane. In second place goes to entry number 9092, LBC Maggie, exhibited by Briley Bailey. Third place goes to entry number 25, Spring Hill Gotcha M5, exhibited by Avery Stitzline. Your Class 112 results. In first place goes to entry number 27, Sunnybrook Reina, exhibited by Rhett Shane. In second place goes to entry number 26, Spring Hill Gia, exhibited by Mark Snyder. Results of class number 3 of your prospect steers. In first place goes to entry number 2052, exhibited by Kaylee Blackford of Potomac, Illinois. In second place goes to entry number 2124, exhibited by Emily Harrower of Big Prairie, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 2108, exhibited by Gavin Ransom of Boswell, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 9200, exhibited by Titus Beretta of Trafalgar, Indiana. Fifth place goes to entry number 2101, exhibited by Luke Meadows of Ashford, Alabama. Sixth place goes to entry number 2067, Jesse Maples. Seventh to entry number 2099, Kaylee Baring. Eighth place goes to entry number 2065, exhibited by Peyton Marley. Ninth place, entry number 2122, exhibited by Jaylee Kelso. 10th place to entry number 2145, exhibited by Lane Ward. And 11th place to entry number 2125, exhibited by Kaylin Scott.
Well, another really nice class all the way through, and I think as we get into it, there's one thing that kind of stood out to me, and that's young man's class winner. One that just puts a lot of good together, just so high quality when you talk about proportions and the way he balances up from the side. So high tie-in for one that's really good in terms of his proportions and body shape. Really good from his chest to his rear flank for a calf at this stage. You get him behind him, and he's so dimensional in terms of his power. You get this one on the move, and that's where I really like him. He's got so much reach out of his front end, a calf that really uses his hock and pastern extremely well. Just a really high-quality steer to start out with. The calf that comes next is one that I think is just fundamental in terms of his body shape. A really good feeding steer that when you get out here gives you a nice look. Obviously, he's one that's a little more challenging today. Just needs some show ring time and get him out here and go. It always makes it a challenge at these early shows to sort between and decipher between what is the calf and what is them just wanting to not kind of work with you. When this calf relaxes and gathers himself, I think he brings a lot of neat things to the table. He just blends his pieces together in terms of the way he puts everything together. I think he's a little better in terms of his hip and hind leg set from the side as you get him out here in relation to our calf behind him. A really nice steer that I think's got a bright future. The one with the big pieces is the steer in third. You talk about one that's extremely long-necked and exotic looking, one that's big-footed and sound-structured and big-legged. At times, he too kind of wants to get a Lancey out here, and it's hard to read him in terms of his top line, how he maintains his pin setting. To me, it looks like he wants to duck just a little bit, maybe get just a little bit off in terms of his hind leg there as he goes and sets it down. But one that still stays really sound in terms of his structure. It'll be really fun to watch this calf progress and just see how he kind of ties everything together as he continues to put on weight, because he is really big pinned, he's really big footed, and he's got an extremely exotic look to him. Just needs to kind of tie everything together just a little better. Young man's gold steer that was giving him a little bit of a hard time here is another stout featured kind of a steer as you read him in terms of his skull and his foot size, one that's really got some muscle shape, and when you read him that way, maybe just not as coordinated in terms of the way he uses his hind leg. We'd like to change him in that regard, but a nice steer that'll give him a good project ahead of the down the road. Young lady's steer that comes next, a long-bodied, square-hipped kind of a steer that's really muscular and gives you a good look when he's standing still. I'd like to change him the way he uses his hock down to his pastern when he gets out and goes. Young man's steer that comes next, a really big-bodied, muscular kind of a steer, gets a little frailer at the ground in terms of his bone work in relation to his body cavity. Just like to open him up all the way through, maybe use his hind leg just a little better. Red and white steer is one that's really powerful, and as he stands, you kind of can think that, or you can like some of the things that he brings to the table. Just need to change him in terms of his structure. As we get into the next couple cattle, just ones that are a little greener today, got a nice future ahead of them, and I encourage you to keep working on those and feeding on them. Nice cattle to round up the class.
Results from your belt at Galloway show your champion intermediate heifer calf goes to entry number 24, Sunnybrook Honey, exhibited by Rhett Shane. Your reserve champion intermediate heifer calf goes to entry number 27, Sunnybrook Reina, exhibited by Rhett Shane. Your Class 115 results in first place goes to entry number 30, exhibited by Sunnybrook Connie, owned by Elizabeth Yankee. Results from Class 116 of your belt at Galloway's in first place goes to entry number 32, Spring Hill Luna, exhibited by Mark Snyder. Second place to entry number 35, Sunnybrook Kenzie, exhibited by Charlotte Albaugh. Third place goes to entry number 34, Moonshadow Verbena, exhibited by Darcy Snow. Fourth place to entry number 33, exhibited by Leslie Linton. Results at class number 4 of your prospect steers. In first place goes to entry number 2096, exhibited by Spencer Gottemiller of Farmland, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 2133, exhibited by Quinn Billenstein of Kenton, Ohio. Third place, entry number 2022, exhibited by Landon Kirkstra of Zeeland, Michigan. Fourth place, entry number 2036, exhibited by Cade Contrell of New Holland, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 2151, exhibited by Nicholas McKay of Ostrander, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 2098, exhibited by Karsten Butcher. Seventh place, entry number 2147, exhibited by Avery Wiesner. Eighth place, entry number 2026, exhibited by Peyton McNary. Ninth place, entry number 2058, Lincoln Glasser. And 10th place, entry number 2083, exhibited by Kayla Lippert. Results at Class 117 of your belt at Galloway's. In first place goes to entry number 37, Sunnybrook Renee, exhibited by Tucker Dickerson. In second place goes to entry number 36, Sunnybrook Laney, exhibited by Alice Yankee. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your champion and reserve champion and junior heifer calves.
Well, over here on the steer side, a really challenging class to line up, and I think that if you asked 5 or 6 different people to come out here, they'd probably find a lot of differences as they got in here in terms of sorting them. Just a lot of different kinds of cattle, and you've kind of got to make a decision where you want to place your emphasis when you get in here. I'll just explain to you what I came up with, and for me, the one that kind of put the most good together was the young lady's silver steer. I think one, as you study him and just in terms of his squareness, the way he ties up through his neck, he ties into his shoulder and down through his knee and front foot just a little bit better than our steer in second. He's a steer that's really bold in terms of his body shape. He's a little square in terms of his pin setting or his levelness of hip in relation to the steer that comes in second. I think one that's just really fault-free and gives you a look like he's going to feed and continue to get better as he goes down the road. A nice steer to start the class. The really moderate, stout, big-legged kind of a steer comes next. He's one that is so bold in terms of his back and his body shape. Really powerful when you get in behind him. I just like to tie him together just a little better. He gets a little bolder in terms of his shoulder. He gets a little bit shorter or rounder in terms of his hip design. I just question maybe his growth pattern as he goes forward, one that's a little more moderate in terms of his size. But you talk about one that's got some quality and a great look and a tremendous amount of power. I really like a lot of things about that steer that comes in second, and it'll be fun to watch him down the road. Young man steer in third is kind of the one that was the odd man out, and I think he's at that pivotal point as he goes forward here to see what he does. He's one that obviously gives you a great look in terms of his stature from the standpoint of his size and continued future. He's a steer that gives you a really good look up through his front end. I think he ties his parts together really good when he wants to kind of work with the young man here. He's really good in terms of his top line and level in terms of his hip. He's a big bone, big footed kind of a steer. For me right now, as we study him in relation to his frame size, you want to just kind of open him up more. You study him in the lower 1/3 of his body cavity, closes in his chest. He gets a little flatter in terms of his rib shape, maybe funnels down when you get right behind him. If he continues to go forward and as he puts on condition and goes on his days on feet as he opens up, I think this calf has a really bright future ahead of him. It'll just be interesting to see. You come back 60 days from now, he might be the easy class winner. It'll be fun to watch him, so I wish you the best of luck with him. Young lady steer that comes next gives you a real kind of moderate, easy feeding kind of a look as we study him right off the bat, and maybe at times he gives you an idea that maybe he needs to get ahead of the steer right in front of him. As I study him, I don't think he uses his hip and hind leg quite as neat. I don't think he has as much upside in terms of his big piece as the calf right in front of him, so it'll be really interesting to see kind of as he goes forward. The gray steer that comes next is really muscular in terms of his shape. You study him down his back and out through his pin setting and then through his center quarter. He's really shapely, a steer that's a little more refined in terms of his foot size and bone work and maybe doesn't balance as nice as a couple of the cattle ahead of him, but a really nice steer from a cutability standpoint. Young lady steer that comes next, and like as we get into the next handful of cattle, we just maybe like to change in terms of their structure just a little bit. A steer that brings a lot of upside in terms of his look up front, really muscular. We just like to change him from a structural standpoint and balance. We get into these next cattle, and I think they're all cattle that have a tremendous amount of power, just need to change them in terms of their feet and legs just a little bit. A really nice class with a lot of differences.
In your prospect ring, Class 5 placings are as such. Class 1 winner, Carter Evers, Middlebrook, Virginia. Second place goes to Eli DeLong, Kingston, Ohio. Third place, Wyatt Osborne, Lynchburg, Ohio. Fourth place, Audrey Waits, Rushville, Indiana. Fifth place goes to Peyton McNary, Imlay City, Michigan. Sixth place, Maddie Evers. Seventh place, Joshua Castile. Eighth place, Charlie Matern. Ninth place, Scarlett Riebling. 10th place, Andrew Hartman. 11th place, Isabella Alball. In the belted arena, your grand champion Market Heifer goes to 3T entry 37, Tucker Dickerson. Reserve grand champion overall, entry number 24, Rhett Scone.
Well, another really good class here, and I think the steer that we go ahead and start with wins so fairly handily. For me, just one that gives you an immense look of quality from the side. He's so good in terms of his lines and his balance, one that's good in terms of his structure. I love him in terms of his body shape. You get him behind him, he probably just overwhelms the rest of the class in terms of sheer dimension and power. Just a really nice steer to start the class off. I think it gets close in second and third, and you can kind of talk some differences. I think ultimately what it comes down to is the silver steer that comes out next is probably helping out just a little bit better in terms of his presentation. He's a steer that really has a neat feeding look to him in terms of just his overall body shape and softness. He's a calf that's got a really good look in terms of his balance, really good on his feet and legs. You get right in behind him, I'll be the first to admit he's not near as wide and powerful in terms of his pin setting as the calf right behind him, but I think right now he's just a little more fundamental in his look. Young lady's black steer gives you a look like he's got a really high ceiling, and I think he's at that stage where you can tell probably one of his first shows out, probably trying to get him through the ring, and he's maybe not cooperating quite as nicely. I think he's got the lines and the look that of a steer that can go ahead and feed into one that continues to keep better. He's got a great look from the side. He's really long in terms of his hip design. I think he handles his hind leg pretty good from what I can tell in terms of what he's wanting to move. Really good in terms of his feet and legs. Right now, I just think he's a little juvenile in terms of his body. He's a little greener, a steer that just kind of doesn't want to maybe kind of do everything quite right for a show steer yet, but I think with some time, this one's got a really bright future ahead of him if he'll continue to go on feed and progress the way he needs to. Young man steer that comes next right now maybe has a little more body shape than the calf right in front of him, one that's got some muscle when you get in behind him. I don't think he blends his pieces together quite as nice in terms of his forerib. He gets a little bit up in his top, a steer that maybe doesn't just handle his feet and legs quite as nicely as the calf right in front of him, but one that's really dimensional and got some power and really has a nice upside as well. The red and white steer is certainly one of the more powerful steers as we study him here in terms of his center body, his back shape, and his when you get right in behind him, he just doesn't blend his pieces together quite as nice. He gets a little bit quicker in terms of his head shape and his crest to his neck, one that opens up in his shoulder just a little bit more, but a really powerful big bone kind of a steer that's chucked full of meat. The steer that comes next is one that is really nice in terms of a smooth, nice feeding looking steer that gives you a great look from the side in terms of his body shape. He probably blends his shoulder just a little better than the calf right in front of him. You get him behind him and he wants to narrow out through his pins. I don't think he has as much bone, and when you get him on the move, I'd like to change just a little bit in the way he handles his hind legs at times. The Bronco face steer that comes next is one that looks like he could continue to get better with time. Out here, I don't know if maybe he's just been slowed down just a little bit. He'll get a little piecey behind his shoulder blade. He'll kind of want to come apart on the stand. You get him out, and when he kind of cooperates with her and moves, he kind of pulls everything together just a little bit better. A skinny steer that I think still has a future ahead of him that could be pretty bright. I think his better days are down the road. Young lady steer that comes next is another one that's really good bodied in terms of his rib shape. Maybe just gives up some muscle when you get right in behind him in terms of his pin setting. I'd like to change him in the way he goes off both ends of his skeleton. As we get into the other cattle down the line, maybe ones that just aren't quite as powerful as some of the ones we see up ahead of them. I think all cattle that have some future in terms of their feedability. I think ones that just will continue to keep going down the line and make nice projects for these young people. Really nice class, really competitive on the top end.
In your belted Galloway ring, your champion, bred and known, goes to entry number 14, Spring Hill Lulu's Dream Girl, owned by Mark Snyder. In the Prospect Market Steers, Class 6, class winner goes to entry number 2041, Sydney Nelson, Claypool, Indiana. Second place, entry number 2144, Blake Neal, Bellevue, Ohio. Third place, entry number 2118, Maggie Johnston, McConnellsburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth place, entry number 2023, Tucker Kirkstra, Zeeland, Michigan. Fifth place, entry number 2121, Hayden Spraden, Litchfield, Michigan. Sixth place, Brennan Matern. Seventh place, Paige Vent. Eighth place, Farrah Hettinger. Ninth place, Bennett Bonham. 10th place, Haley Peardrick. 11th place, Kelsey Avery. 12th, Gracie Stein. Belton Galloway, class 126. First place goes to River Smith's Boy Toy Troy, owned by David Korn. Second place, entry 45, RD Legacy Emmett, owned by Charlotte Allball.
Well, another nice class over here in the Prospect Steer Show, and I think the silver one kind of puts everything together and gives us the most balanced look in the squarest built package, and one that's still really good on terms of his feet and legs. One that looks like he'll just be really good feeding as he goes forward. I love him in terms of his body shape and his overall dimension. A calf that's got a tremendous amount of muscle as well. Just kind of gives you the kind of full package here when you get off the side in terms of balance and proportions, and with a feedable look and still enough power. The steer that comes in second is one that's probably the most muscular here as we get right in behind him and read him down his back shape and out his pin setting. He's a steer that gives you a lot of quality look from the side. I don't think he ties his pieces together quite as nice as our class winner from his chest to his rear flank. I think he's a steer that gets a little rounder in terms of his hip design. Every now and then I'd catch him where I'd like to make him just use his hind leg a little bit looser as he gets out and goes, but a really nice steer that's got a lot of power as well. The gray steer is one that's just kind of a good feeding kind of a steer, big rib cage, got a lot of power. I think as we study him in terms of his extras, he maybe doesn't bring as much to the table in terms of one that kind of has a little more out there pieces, but he's really fundamental, just a really good kind of a steer that's hard to poke a lot of holes in. The young lady's black steer that comes next is one that's really up-headed, really good in terms of his body. He gets a little bit shorter in terms of his muscle design. I'd like to change the way he uses his hock and hind leg just a little bit as he gets out here and goes, but one that's really easy feeding and has some power, a nice steer that is really fundamental. The young man's gold steer is one that you like in terms of his look from the side, a really muscular kind of a steer that balances up nice. I'd just like to change him from a structural standpoint as he sets his front feet down, one that maybe uses his hock a little bit tighter into his ankle. We change him in that regard. Young man's steer that comes next is a bold-bodied, stout-featured kind of a steer. Just needs to tie his pieces together a little better. When you study him from behind as he goes away from you, he wants to roll pretty bad on his outside hoof wall. I'd like to square him up just a little bit in that regard. Young man's steer that comes next is a little bit greener in his kind, a steer that gives you some lines that he could kind of continue on and feed and make a nice market steer for him. He just gives up too much power today as you read him out of the backside of his shoulder and back into his pin setting in relation to the cattle in front of him, but a nice steer that's fundamental and looks like he's got a good feeding look. Young man's red steer that comes next is one that's really up-headed and got big feet and stout legs. He just needs to kind of put everything together a little bit better. He gets a little flatter in terms of his rib design, just a little rawer in his look today, but I think a calf that can continue to get better with some time. He gets out and goes good. Young lady's shorthorn appearing steer is really good in terms of his lines and looks like one that can feed, just needs to continue to power up and man up as he goes forward. Likewise with the cattle behind him, I think cattle that are good feeding kind of steers just need to tweak them a little bit in terms of their structure. Another really nice class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Class 7 results from your prospect market steers. Entry number 2072, Harper Robbins from Piketon, Ohio. Second place goes to Garrett Roush, entry number 2093 from Spencer, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 2048, Chase McAllister, Bethel, Ohio. Fourth place, entry 2030, Kaylee Kaspersky, Raleigh, Michigan. Fifth place, entry number 2012, Tanner Perrone, Felicia, Ohio. Sixth place, Brennan Matern. Seventh place, Craig Fuller. Eighth place, Carter Brantner. Ninth place, Annabelle Johnson. 10th place, Cora Schroeder. 11th place, Rosalind Allball. In your belt to Galloway Arena, class number 128, your finished steers. Champion goes to Spring Hill Shenanigans, owned by Avery Stitzlin. Second place goes to Sunnybrook Bach, entry number 51, owned by Rhett Scone. Entry number 52 gets third place. That's Sunnybrook Dakota, owned by Alexa Adler. Fourth place, entry 54, Sunnybrook Mr. Belvedere, owned by Charlotte Allball. Sixth place, Hendershot's Mike, Kirsten Hendershot.
Well, probably one of the deepest classes we've had in this prospect steer show all the way down the line. And so I encourage all of you to stay positive in your projects and stay to your plan. I think there's a lot of cattle in here that can feed and continue to get better, and we're sorting some minor differences and kind of deciding just on where you want to land on each one of these, because I think, like I said, it's a really good class all the way through. Young lady's Brockle face steer that comes in just kind of hit me in terms of the one that was the most ideal in terms of his build. He gives you a great look from the side. He's really good in terms of his proportions. I love his underline balance and the way he kind of just ties everything together. Really long fronted steer who's long hipped, and as a result really gets out and uses his hind leg extremely good. You get him behind him and I still think he's plenty adequate in terms of his power. Maybe blend him just a little better in his shoulder to his forerib and just tweak him in the angle ever so slightly up there out of his front shoulder, but a really high quality steer that can handle a lot of competition. The shorthorn appearing steer that comes next is one that really gives you a neat soft look from the side. He's one that's so bold in terms of his body shape. A steer that gives you a really good look in terms of his balance. He sets down into a big foot and a really stout bone work. A calf that gives you enough power when you get in behind him. As we study him in relation to the cattle in front of him, I don't know if he's as shapely in the way he turns out of his back down into his upper rib shape. Maybe just not as powerful all the way through as we study him as that calf ahead of him, but a really nice steer to find himself in second. The Baldy steer that comes in third is another one that gives you a good look up front. He's a good, strong-topped, level-hipped kind of a steer that's really shapely. I'd maybe tweak him just a little bit in terms of his structure as we study him and with the cattle up above him, but a steer that'll give you a really good look and brings a lot of good to the table. It gets a little closer between him and the calf in fourth. The calf in fourth certainly gives you a really good look in terms of his balance, his look, and his proportions. A steer that gives you a great body shape from the side. I really like this steer and a lot of things about him. At times, when you read him, you just question how much opened up he is in terms of his skeleton. I'd like to just see him progress and open up as he goes along. A steer that kind of funnels out down low, but man, he gives you a striking look from the side. Maybe loosen him up just a little bit as he uses his hind leg. The steer that comes next is really a stout featured burly kind of a steer that's good in terms of his body. He just doesn't blend his pieces together quite as neat as some of the cattle ahead of him, but a steer that's got a really neat feeding look to him and is really stout in terms of his feature and got a lot of power. The gold steer that comes next is maybe just a little more streamlined in his look, but one that's really muscular and shapely, gives you a good look. I'd just like to loosen him up a little bit in terms of his structure as he gets out and goes. The black steer that comes next is really bold in terms of his body, gives you a practical look in terms of his feeding image. A steer that I'd just like to maybe change a little bit in terms of the way he moves and handles his feet and legs. The gold steer that comes next is another one that's really powerful, bold-bodied steer that's really got a lot of muscle. Just like to tweak him in terms of his balance and his structure just a little bit. And as we get down the lineup, I think that's where it starts to sort himself a little bit in terms of feet and leg structure. I think a lot of cattle that are really quality and have a neat look to them, we just like to change them a little bit from a structural standpoint.
In the Prospect Market Steer Show, Class 8. Class winner goes to entry 2002, Riley Witt from Warrenton, Missouri. Second place, entry number 2074, Addison Doms, Portland, Michigan. Third place, entry number 2007, Audrey Waits, Rushville, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 2011, Carly Berkheimer, Dillsburg, Pennsylvania. Fifth place, entry number 2075, Christopher Enlow, Lotto, Indiana. Sixth place, Alana Doms. Seventh place, Tayton Brooks. Eighth place, Casey Cottrell. Ninth place, Elwana Moeller. 10th place, Caden Hauskamp. 11th place, Claire Riebling. 12th place, Sage Shader. Belted Galloway, Class 131. First place goes to DTRF Buddy, entry number 67, owned by Audrey Waits. Second place, entry 48, TED Dune, owned by Tanner Dwyer. Third place, entry number 47, HMD Mr. Brown, owned by Henry Dwyer. Your champion steer goes to champion percentage steer goes to entry number 67, DTRF Buddy, owned by Audrey Waits. Your reserve champion percentage steer in your Belted Galloway show goes to entry number 48, Tanner Dwyer with TED Dune. Belted Galloway, and your champion junior heifer calf goes to entry number 8, Yankee Farm Sweetheart, owned by Miss Carter Yankee.
Really fun pair of steers here on the top end of this class, and a class that's got some quality all the way down, but I think these two cattle kind of find themselves pretty handily. The red one for me just really kind of does some things that are elite in terms of the way he ties his neck so high. One that's so bold in terms of his shape coming out of the backside of his shoulder and his spread and his upper rib cage. A steer that's really wide in terms of his pin setting. He takes his big stout hind leg down to a really big foot at the ground. I really like that about him. I'd like to just see him relax a little bit, to read just a little better in terms of his spine to his pins, just ever so slightly, maybe square him up as he comes right at you, wants to kind of turn his front feet in just a little bit, but that's being really critical of one that's got some really exotic pieces that look like he's going to be really fun down the road. Not taking anything away from the calf in second. He's one that brings a lot to the table in terms of his genuine body shape, just so bold in terms of his rib cage and soft in terms of his feeding look. He's one that's really dimensional when you get in behind him. As you study him in relation to our class winner and read him right out the backside of his shoulder, I think he's a little more nondescript right there. I don't think he transitions the point of his shoulder into his forearm quite as bold as you'd expect for one that's that big-bodied, a steer that maybe isn't quite as long in terms of his hip design. You talk about a massive, big-bodied, sound-structured kind of a steer that makes an incredible fat steer down the road. I think that calf has a lot of good in him as well. Young lady's white steer that comes next. You ran into two cattle that are just really unique, but here's one that I really like in terms of his fundamentals and feeding upside as we study him down the road. He's got such a great look in terms of his length up through his front end. He's so good in terms of his top line and his length of hip. He's a steer that really gets out and goes and sits down square in terms of a great hoof shape. You get in right behind him, and he gets just a little flatter in terms of his quarter. He's a steer that's not as dimensional and powerful as those the two ahead of him, but man, that's a good steer that looks like he's got a fat steer image as you study him. The gold steer that comes next as we stand him still, he's one that I really like in terms of his proportions, his neck length, his body shape, the way that he blends all his pieces together in that regard. As we get him out and go, he gets a little tighter in terms of the center of his spine. As a result, it feels like maybe he gets a little bit awkward as he goes off his hind two, but that's a calf that's got a tremendous amount of quality, and young man gets him presented extremely well. Young man's black steer that comes next is just really fundamental. I like his structure. As you start at the ground, I think he's really soft. He's really bold and pliable in terms of his body shape. He's really dimensional in terms of his power. As we study him up through his front end and down through his chest and some of the pieces that give him a balanced look, I don't think he's as elite as a couple of the cattle ahead of him, but one that you really like a lot of things about and has a great feeding look to him down the road. The gold steer that comes next is one of the most powerful steers within this class for sure as you get in behind him in terms of his dimension and his rib cage. He just needs to blend them all together just a little better. He gets a little bolder in terms of his shoulder. He's a steer that's a little shorter and rounder in terms of his hip design. I just like to change the way he lays his muscle on his skeleton just a notch. The calf that comes next is one that gives you a really good look in terms of just a feeding image, and one that's really extended up through his front end. He gets out and goes, and he gets a little more awkward in terms of how he moves. I don't know if that's a little bit of just the fact that he's green broke and doesn't want to cooperate as much, but a calf that's got a good feeding look, and I think one that has a future ahead of him. We get into the next couple cattle, and I think they're ones that just need to be a little bit softer in terms of their center body, maybe change a little bit here in terms of their structure and balance, but cattle that look like they have a feeding look and will continue to get better with days on feed. Really good class, a really neat pair up top.
In Class 9, Prospect Market Steers, entry number 2097, owned by Spencer Miller, Farmland, Indiana. Second place goes to entry number 2080, Madeline Lautner, Adel, Iowa. Third place, entry number 2066, Madeline Armstrong, Bargersville, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 2008, Matthew Cox, Franklin, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 2078, Caselin Gianardo, Lynchburg, Ohio. Sixth place, Kendra Stevens. Seventh place, Andrina Haller, Bucyrus, Ohio. Eighth place, Hannah Vint, Forest, Ohio. Ninth place, Shelby Schrader. 10th place, Charlie Mattern. 11th place, Samantha Heiler, Bucyrus, Ohio. In the Belted Galloway ring, class number 140. Class winner goes to entry number 11, Spring Hill Thea, owned by Jess Miller. Second goes to Clifford's 96662 Greta, owner Katie Snow. Third place, entry number 9, Heavenly Farm Farabee, owner Isabella Haycraft. Champion Junior Percentage Heifer Calf goes to Spring Hill Thea, owned by Jess Miller, entry number 11. Reserve Junior Percentage Heifer Calf goes to entry number 15, Clifford's 9662 Greta, owned by Katie Snow. Class number 143, first place goes to entry number 38, HMD Josie, owned by Henry Dwyer. That calf will also be your champion junior percentage heifer. Your grand champion percentage heifer in the Belted Galloway show goes to entry number 11, Spring Hill Thea, owned by Jess Miller. Your reserve grand champion percentage heifer goes to entry number 15, Clifford's 9662 Greta, owned by Katie Snow.
Well, another really nice class, and all four of these cattle here in the top end, I think, are very competitive and give you some differences to talk about. And then certainly we follow with a really deep set of cattle on down the line as well. The young lady's red steer is the one that I think just is the squarest in terms of his build. He's the one that kind of puts everything together when you get off him from the side in terms of his look up front. He's one that's really good in terms of his progression of his body shape. Steer that you get him behind him, and he's really wide and powerful in terms of his hip design. And I think he gets out and he goes and handles his feet and legs about as good as what we have here within the class. Just a really fault-free kind of a steer that kind of puts everything together. The young man's black steer that comes next is one that's really powerful in terms of his muscle when you get in behind him. He's a steer that's really bold in terms of his body shape. I really like the way he uses his hind leg when he gets out and goes. He might get a little rounder in terms of the way he's put together. Maybe it isn't quite as square in terms of his look from the side as the calf right in front of him, but one that looks like he's got a good feeding look. And I think his advantage in the way he uses his hind leg allows him to follow in front of, or find his way in front of the black and white steer that comes next. Certainly at a standstill, this one's really good looking up through his front end. He's got a great ring presence in the way he holds his head and his ear set, and the young lady can just get it all out of him when she goes to show him. Really good in terms of his lines, good in terms of his body shape. As we get him out here, I'd just like to loosen him up in the way he uses his hip and hind leg, maybe intensify him in terms of his foot size and bone work just ever so slightly. The Brockle face steer that comes next is probably one of the most powerful in terms of his rib cage, his muscle shape and dimension. When you get off him from the side, he ties high in terms of his neck, and he's good in terms of his body shape. As we get out here, I think he gets a little rounder in terms of the way he's built. I'd like to stouten him up at the ground in terms of his foot size and bone work to make it balance a little better with the way he's built up high, but a really nice steer as well. Young man's red steer that comes out next, as he stands, he's right up there in the mix in terms of a look of balance and body shape and his overall stoutness and power. As we get him in motion, I'd like to change him from a structural standpoint and loosen him up off both ends of his skeleton, but a nice calf as well. The young man's white steer that comes next is one that's a really good-looking steer from the side in terms of his neck and his rib shape, a steer that we just like to soften up in the way he looks, maybe loosen him up in terms of the way he uses his hind leg, but a steer that's got some unique pieces as well. Likewise, the next white steer that comes in class is a big-footed, stout bone kind of a steer that's really good in terms of his rib cage. From the center of his back to his pins, we need to fix him. We need to open him up just a little when you get right in behind him. As we get into the cattle that comes next, I think they just get outpowered or maybe just need a little bit more balance in relation to some of the cattle ahead of them within this class. Once again, a really deep class of good feeding kind of project steers for these young people. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Class 10 Prospect Steers. First place goes to entry number 2000, Jayla Reiser from Lucasville, Ohio. Second place goes to entry 2076, Toby Mays, Bunker Hill, West Virginia. Third place goes to entry number 2038, Courtney Hockmeyer, Columbia City, Indiana. Fourth place, entry number 2103, goes to Mary Beal, Bloomingburg, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 2064, Weston Biggs, Loveland, Ohio. Sixth place, Cole Marley. Seventh place, Garrett Roush. Eighth place, Stetson Spencer. Ninth place, Isaac Rhodes. 10th place, Avery Wesner. Prospect Market Steer exhibitors, we're now showing Class 11. We need all those first and second place steers into the makeup area. Prospect Market Steers, class winners and reserves, please make your way to the makeup area. Our belt at Galloway Junior Showmanship Division, our champion was Landon Cole. Our reserve, Tanner Dwyer. We're now showing our intermediate division showmanship in the belt at Galloway Arena. Please have all those senior showmanship competitors please be lined up in the makeup area. Your belted Galloway Intermediate Showman champion today, Lucy Ellen Lippert, and your reserve, Alexa Adler. Once again, class winner and reserves in your prospect market steer divisions. Class winners and market and reserves, please be making your way to the makeup area. Prospect market heifers. Prospect market heifer exhibitors, please be bringing those animals to the makeup area.
Well, another really high quality class of cattle all the way through, and I will tell you this one's probably been one of the more challenging classes for me to align because there's a lot of really neat pieces out here, and maybe a little more challenging to decide exactly how you want to put them together. For me, the calf that goes ahead and wins is the one that I think is just the most elite in terms of his skeletal design. We get off from the side, he's the most extended up front. He's the most laid back in his shoulder. He's the steer that you can use his hind leg the best as he gets out and goes. I think from a fundamental standpoint, in terms of just his structural integrity and his reach and athleticism, he's the one that has the highest ceiling in that regard. You get off him from the side, and I think his balance and look gives him a great advantage out here as well. Certainly, he's not as powerful as you get right in behind him in terms of his pin setting as some. He's maybe not as intense in terms of his foot size down at the ground, but I think a calf that just really puts a lot of good things together in terms of his skeleton that'll allow him to continue on down the road. Certainly, the gold steer is out there in terms of his feature and his power and his overall muscularity. He's a steer that's got a great turn to his rib shape. For me, he gets a little shorter in terms of his hip length. As a result, he gets a little bit shorter in his movement behind, and I'd like to change him in that regard. But obviously, a very high quality, high-end kind of a show steer that brings a lot of good to the table. Young man steer that comes next is one that just kind of, the more you study him, the more he grows on you. I don't know if he has an elite piece like the two ahead of him, but he's one that's just really fault-free and complete as you study him in a lot of areas. Still maintains some good structural integrity as he gets out and goes, maybe just not as dimensional and powerful as the couple cattle ahead of him. The red and white steer is one that's given me a little bit of a challenge here because he'll cooperate at times and give you a really good look and kind of pull it all together, and then he'll really fight the halter, and it's a little bit more awkward in the way he goes about his movement and gets out here and goes. I would like to open up in terms of his body shape a little bit. He gets a little flatter down in his forerib in terms of his length of body. I'd just like to open him up in the center part of his cage. You talk about one, though, that's dense in terms of his muscle from his blade to his hip, his pin setting, and you get right in behind him. As he kind of collects himself and goes there and gathers himself, he'll give you a little better look, one that I think just needs a little more time so he gets a little less awkward on the halter. Young man's black and white steer. When he stands, you talk about one that's got a neat look up front, huge in terms of his rib cage, got big feet and bones. We get him out here on the move, and he gets a little tighter in the way he wants to move, kind of wants to waddle just a little bit off his hind leg. I just like to change him and loosen him up in those regards and maybe just extend him in his skeleton out through his hip design or something just to loosen him up a little bit. But there's a calf that really has a lot of good if you can manage the way he moves off his hind two. I think a calf that's got a bright future. Gold steer that comes next is as powerful as you can make one in terms of his muscle shape and dimension. Just need to loosen him up off both ends of his skeleton for me. The gold steer that comes out after him is another one that has a great feeding look, big-footed and stout-boned, one that's got a good rib shape. You study him from behind, and he gets a little off in his hip and hind leg. I'd like to change him in those areas. As we get into the next cattle, I think ones that maybe just don't have as much power as we study them in their bone and foot size and overall dimension, but cattle that still have some upside as they go in terms of their structure and feedability. Another nice class, like I said, with some challenging calls to make within it.
Results from Class 11 Prospect Market Steers. Class winner goes to 2082, David Prelip from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Entry number 2045 gets second place. It's Addie Wilson from Denison, Ohio. Third place to 2018, Wyatt Wolfer. Fourth place goes to entry number 2152, Larissa Fano from Belot, Ohio. Entry number 2009 gets fifth place, coming from Matthew Cox, Franklin, Ohio. Sixth place goes to Jenna Marvin. Seventh place, Audrey Biblow. Eighth place, Peyton Cooksey. Ninth place, Lauren Brown. 10th place, Micaiah Schroeder. We're now showing for champion overall Prospect Market Steer. In our belted Galloway ring, our champion senior showman tonight was Charlotte Albaugh. Our reserve, Jess Miller.
Well, I know we still got a lot of heifers to work through tonight, and it's going to be a late night, and we need to keep rolling. But I certainly wanted to just stop here for a second and make the point to let each and every one of you know that I think this is a tremendous show. I think that the exhibitors have done an incredible job. Obviously, we're involved in this business, and I know how hard it is this early in the year to have them out here and present them to this standpoint and have them ready to go and show, and it makes it challenging. A lot of these cattle are in different stages. Some of them have maybe been to a show or two. Some it's their first show out, and the cattle are a little greener still, and some are further along, and it makes it a challenge. But at the end of the day, you get out here and you sort through these cattle, and I think the ones with the elite build and the unique pieces are the ones that surface, whether they're a little skinny or whether they're showing just right or what the case may be. And certainly there's a lot of cattle that have come through this ring with a bright future. If you're one of the people that stand in the ringside still that maybe showed one earlier today, don't get discouraged. Obviously, these prospect shows are fun and a great benchmark to see where you're at and to create a program going forward. There's a lot of high-quality cattle that sat down the line today that have a future ahead of them. And one of the things that I know is the most challenging as we work with young people and they go to their first shows, you know, maybe their calf doesn't get along quite as good and they get frustrated right out of the gate. And what I encourage you is that I've watched a lot of them throughout the years that start in the middle of the pack and keep working their way up. And when you've got the right fundamental build, you can do a lot with just a little bit of work at home. So stay positive, have your own approach to what you're doing. You all know where your end point is. There's a lot of cattle in here that vary in size and stature and have different endpoints, and that doesn't mean that one's not as good as the other. Obviously, we're in a time frame where there's a lot of quality cattle, and finding separation in terms of good from elite is really hard to do. But also, there's nothing that takes place over a good home that can continue to work and not discouraged and have a plan. So don't leave here tonight and feel like if you didn't have champion or reserve that you don't have a calf good enough. There's a lot of these things that'll go on and be extremely competitive at a lot of different endpoints. So great set of kids, excellent presented cattle. I'm not going to take a lot of time and go through each and every one of them because I think that we've described those within class. For me, there was one that hit me really hard when they came in just in terms of unique pieces. I like cattle with a high ceiling that have the extras and maybe some areas that they need to keep developing in the right way, but certainly have some unique pieces to make them elite when it's all said and done. There's several of them out here. There's one that maybe hit me just a little harder as we went through here today. Once again, I'm going to go take another look and get you a champion in reserve. If you'll join me real quick and congratulate each and every one of them that have been through the ring, an outstanding show.
Congratulations to our champion prospect market steer. Comes out of class 9, entry number 2097, Spencer Gottemiller from Farmland, Indiana. And your reserve champion prospect market steer comes out of class 4. That's entry number 2096, also exhibited by Spencer Gottemiller from Farmland, Indiana. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in the prospect market steer show. We'll take a short picture break and then we will enter into the prospect market heifer show immediately. Prospect market heifer exhibitors, class 1, class 2, and class 3. You may enter the makeup area and cross the scales, class 1, 2, and 3. Prospect market steer exhibitors, you are welcome to use our backdrop to my right if you would like a picture. Prospect market steer exhibitors, if you would like a picture with a backdrop, please do that to our right. After we take our champion in reserve, we're going to expedite this process and move right into our prospect market heifer show. Attention prospect market heifer exhibitors. Entry number 2210, Kinsley Beck, Clarks Hill, Indiana. You are needed in the makeup arena immediately. Kinsley Beck. We are now ready to begin our Prospect Market Heifer Show. Class 1, enter the ring. Class 1. Class 2 and Class 3 Prospect Market Heifers, please check in. Class 2 and Class 3 Prospect Market Heifers, please check in the makeup area.
Well, as we work into our breeding heifer prospect show, I think certainly a nice way to start and a nice class of heifers. Some great young people out here. Young man's heifer I'm going to go ahead and start with. I think as we study the pair of the two more feminine-looking females here within this lineup, she's the one that maybe is just a little stouter in terms of her bone work, and you read her up into her head. She's a heifer that really opens up into a big center body and is a little bit wider pin than the heifer that comes in second. Certainly maybe a little more moderate in terms of her stature, maybe not quite as chiseled up through her front end, but a heifer that I like a lot of good about. The heifer in second is certainly one that gives you a great silhouette when you get her off on the side. She's really high tying. She's good in terms of her top line and her body. She's a heifer that's still good in terms of her feet and legs. You get right in behind her. She wants to narrow her out her pins, maybe just like to open her up in terms of her dimension just a notch more compared to our class winner. The gold heifer that comes next kind of changes the pace here a little bit and gets a little bit more powerful in terms of her bone and her footwork. A heifer that's really powerful in terms of her muscle. As I study her, I just see a little bit more terminal design in terms of her makeup than the two cattle ahead of her, but certainly a heifer that brings a lot of quality, and young man does a great job getting her shown. The heifer that comes in fourth is one that, man, he does a great job getting her presented out here. She's really high tying and big bodied. She's long in terms of her hip design. She gets a little smaller in terms of her foot size, maybe a little bit more moderate in terms of her frame size as we project her on down the line, but a neat heifer that the young man's got presented extremely well. The red and white heifer comes next, is also one that's really powerful in terms of her foot and bone and muscle. I just like to tie all her pieces together just a little bit more correct in the way we study her from the side, but a really nice heifer that brings a lot of value for the young lady going down the road. A really skinny heifer that comes next, and one that for that is still opened up in terms of her body. I'd like to maybe change her just a little bit in the way she uses her hip and hind leg. Young lady does a really good job in terms of getting her shown. The silver heifer that comes next, a big-footed, stout-boned heifer that's really muscular. I'd like to change her and make her a little bit more maternal in terms of the way she lays that muscle onto her skeleton. She gets a little shorter and rounder in terms of her design. She's one that's still really powerful in her own right. I just like to make her just a little more maternal in her look. The young lady's baldy heifer that comes next is a big-bodied, sound-structured kind of a heifer. She just gets a little off in terms of her balance. She's a little deeper in her chest, gets a little shorter and rounder in her hip design. We'd like to change those things about her in terms of her balance. Likewise with the two heifers that come behind her, just really practical kind of heifers. We'd like to just make a little more elite in terms of their design. Really nice class to start off the prospect show with.
Thank you, Judge. Your results in Class 1 Prospect Market Heifers. Class winner goes to entry 2202, Bryson Herdman from Hillsboro, Ohio. Second place, entry 2210, Kinsley Beck, Clarksville, Indiana. Third place, entry 2228, Austin Boer, Hillsboro, Ohio. Fourth place, entry 2260, Gavin Radnire, Ada, Ohio. Fifth place, entry 2276, Joshua Castell, Hudson, Michigan. Sixth place goes to Letty Burchett, Bainbridge, Ohio. Seventh place, Abby Willett, Sand Creek, Michigan. Eighth place, Rylan Allball, Waterloo, Indiana. Ninth place, Michael Allball, Waterloo, Indiana. 10th place, Caden Gardner, West Alexandria, Ohio. We now have Class 2 Prospect Market Heifers in the ring. Class 3 Prospect Market Heifers, please be in the makeup area. Class 3 Prospect Market Heifers, please be checked in the makeup area.
Another really nice class of heifers as we bring these out here, and I think as we get into them, it kind of falls into place in my mind. Young lady's baldy or streak-faced heifer is one that I think as we just start at the ground, she's so fundamental in terms of the way she sets her feet down, so good in terms of her structure, and then she combines that with having such a nice maternal look up front and opens up into a big rib cage. I think a female that just brings a lot of good to the table. At times she looks like maybe she cranks her tail head up just a little high. Maybe we could change her in that regard just a little, but I think within this class she just finds a logical place to start. The heifer in second, I really like in the way she ties up front. She opens that up into a big, expansive forerib, and I like that about her. I'd like to change her in her hip and hind leg just ever so slightly, and she'd rival the heifer that wins the class. But a really high-quality heifer that brings a lot of good to the table. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, she does an extremely good job in terms of getting this one presented. She's probably a little bit leveler in terms of her hip design than the heifer right in front of her. A heifer that's really extended up through her front end, and when she gets her parked, I think her top line balance and the way that she presents herself out here is extremely good. As we get in behind her, I don't know if she has as much dimension. She kind of wants to duck her pins a little bit as she gets on the move, but a really high-quality female that brings a lot of good to the table as well. The heifer that comes in fourth of the group of them here is one that resembles them in terms of her body shape and the way that she puts all those things together. Also really high tying up front. As we study her, I think she gets just a little more terminal in her makeup in terms of her hip and hind leg design. Maybe just a little bit want to tweak her in those areas, but a really nice heifer as well. Young lady's red heifer is one that's really fundamental in terms of her structure. She runs downhill a little bit and opens up in her shoulder. She's a little bit rounder in terms of her hip design as we study the cattle in front of her, but she's one that's really dimensional. She's one that's sound in terms of her structure, and I like her feet and legs. Young lady does a great job getting her presented. The heifer that comes next probably follows suit of the cattle that are directly in front of the gold heifer within this class in their kind. She's a maternal-looking kind of a female that ties high and is good in her body shape. I think as we get her out here, she gets just a little bit more refined. She's a little bit flatter in terms of her makeup. She doesn't have the dimension that some of the cattle have ahead of her. The snip nose to a heifer that comes next gives you a beautiful look up front. She's a heifer that's strong in terms of her top line and her balance. As we get her out here and go, she gets a little bit straighter up through her shoulder, doesn't maybe reach as good off either end of her skeleton because of it, but a heifer that brings a lot of good as well. Another red heifer that really has a lot of performance and is good-bodied, just like to blend her pieces together a little bit, change her in her hip and hind leg. As we get into some of the other cattle down the lineup, I think a lot of good quality cattle. I just like to change in terms of their structure and tweak in some of those areas to get up higher in the class. A really deep class of cattle all the way through. My compliments to the exhibitors.
Your Class 2 results in the Prospect Heifer Show. Class winner goes to entry 2298, Trace Falkstein from Oswego, Kansas. We look at second place. Second place goes to entry 2186, Greta Watterson, West Columbia, West Virginia. Third place, entry 2241, Brianna Fox, Hillsboro, Ohio. Fourth place, entry 2175, Paisley Rice, Camden, Ohio. Fifth place goes to Craig Meyer with entry 2219 from Greensburg, Indiana. Sixth place goes to Easley Noy, Lafayette, Indiana. Seventh place, Taylor Poff, Hillsboro, Ohio. Eighth place, Gwyneth Souter, Georgetown, Ohio. Ninth place, Channing Kelso, Quinton, Oklahoma. 10th place goes to Addison Gettinger, Connorsville, Indiana. 11th place goes to Gracie First, English, Indiana. And 12th place goes to Joshua Castell, Hudson, Michigan. We've now got Class 3 Prospect Market Heifers in the ring. Class 4, please be checking in the makeup area. Class 4 Prospect Heifers, please be checking in the makeup area.
Well, it always gets to be a little more challenging as we get later at the night, and these young cattle are used to being turned out, and so my compliments to the exhibitors on sticking with them. I think this class becomes a little more challenging. There's a lot of pieces out here, and trying to kind of tie to one that puts it all together becomes just a little more challenging, but that's a compliment to all the cattle because I think they all have some unique pieces to them, and you've just got to decide where you want to go. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's gold baldy heifer. I think she's probably the best when we just study her at the ground in terms of her structure. She's a heifer that gets out and moves and sets down really good. I think a heifer that's really good in terms of her look up front and good down her top line. She's longer in her hip design than the heifer that comes in second, and still fairly uniform in terms of her body, even though maybe we'd like to give her just a little more depth. But a neat heifer that comes and finds her way to the top end of the class. The heifer in second is one that's really tall-fronted and elegant up front. She's a big-bodied heifer. As we study her in relation to the heifer that comes ahead of her, I think she gets a little shorter and rounder in her hip design, and it throws her off from a balance standpoint just ever so slightly. The heifer that comes in third maybe keeps all her pieces together just a little better than the heifer right in front of her. She comes a little frailer in terms of her foot size and bone work, and when you get in behind her, I think she's a little flatter in terms of her pin setting, but a heifer that brings some good to the table and has a neat look, and the young lady does a great job in getting her presented. One of the stoutest featured heifers comes next as we study her in terms of her foot size, the way that she goes off both ends of her skeleton in terms of her flexibility, a big-bodied kind of a heifer. She gets a little coarser in her head, she's a little deeper in her chest, and I'd like to just change her in terms of her hip design to move her up any further. The silver heifer that comes next, from her hip forward, I really like this heifer in terms of her body depth. A heifer that ties high and has a nice angulation to her shoulder. She gets shorter in her hip design. It doesn't allow her to reach right out of her hind leg. I'd like to change those things about her, but she brings a lot of unique pieces to the table. The young lady's heifer that comes next, one that was obviously pretty athletic in the way that she can go around the ring, one that you like in terms of the way she is really up-headed and gives you a good look. She gets a little piece here behind her shoulder. She wants to get up in the middle of her spine. We'd just like to change her in those areas. Obviously, she did a really nice job trying to hang on to that heifer when she was kind of giving her a hard time. The red and white heifer that comes next is really stout in terms of her bone and her feet. She's a really dimensional kind of a female, just doesn't move good enough off either end of her skeleton to move up. Likewise, as we get into the next couple cattle, I'd just like to change them from a structural standpoint to move them any higher, but a nice class with a lot of depth. My compliments to all the exhibitors.
Your results from Class 3 Prospect Heifers. Winning the class goes to entry 2156, Carson Oliver from Bellevue, Florida. Second place, entry 2261, Gavin Rednire from Ada, Ohio. Third place, entry 2170, Kaylin Murray, LaBelle, Florida. Fourth place, entry 2183, Caitlin Cottrell, New Holland, Ohio. Fifth place goes to entry 2286, Kylie Dameron, Hamilton, Missouri. Sixth place to Taylor Perrin, Felicity, Ohio. Seventh place, Joshua Castile, Hudson, Michigan. Eighth place, Jake Magnone, Enon, Ohio. Ninth place, Chase McAllister, Bethel, Ohio. 10th place, Caitlin Scott, Springfield, Ohio. We are now showing Class 4 market heifers. Class 4 prospect market heifers are in the ring. Class 5, you should be in the makeup area checking in with the ring stewards as we speak. Class 5 in the makeup area, please be checking in with our ring stewards.
Well, another really nice class, and I think a pair of heifers up here that are very good, and they both do some things very similar in terms of their skeletal makeup, and I like both of them extremely well. For me, the one that just kind of ties herself together just a little bit better is the one that we're going to go ahead and start with. I think she's a little stronger in terms of her top line. I think she keeps her pin setting just a little bit more accurate, and as she meets the ground, I think she's got just a little more substance to her foot size and bone work. Just a really nice heifer that I like a lot of things about. The heifer in second is very similar to her in the way that she can throw her head up and have so much elevation, so loose in terms of her structure and skeletal design, and just the way that she goes about that and combines that with a big center body. I just think at times she comes apart just a little bit more as she comes in her top line and back into her pin setting, but man, that split and fine hairs between a pair of cattle that are really good. The heifer that comes in third is one that I like awfully well also. She's a heifer. As you study her out of the backside of her foreribs, she might be as progressive in terms of her body shape as any of the three. She's a heifer that you really like in terms of her top line balance and the way she puts it all together. For me, she's not as unique as she ties in her neck and down into her chest, and she gets a little bit more upright in terms of her shoulder angle as she gets out and goes. But man, that's a really high quality heifer as well that finds herself in the third hole. Certainly could have been very competitive in a class right before. The heifer that comes next is one that as she stands, you gravitate towards her in that top four, and she's one that gives you a really good look from the side, and I love her progression in terms of her body. She's a stout featured kind of a female. When you get her out and go, I think when you study her in terms of her hip and hind leg and the way that she uses it, I don't think that's where she is as good as the three heifers in front of her, but a really high quality heifer as well. Young lady's heifer that comes next brings a lot of good to the table as well. Really maternal in her look, extended up through her front end, opens up into a big body cavity, one that maybe is just as sound in terms of her structure as well. As we study her in terms of her balance and the way that she is in terms of her chest floor up into her heart, the way she ties everything together, I just don't think it's quite as smooth and put together as well as the cattle in front of her, but one that has some performance and you really like a lot of things about. The black and white heifer is so neat up through her front end and has a great ring presence when you study her. As we look at her in terms of her progression of her body and how she handles her hind leg, I don't think everything just fits together quite as nice when you get off on her from the side. When you get this heifer in motion, she's a cattle that brings a lot of good to the table. I really like her in terms of her top line balance. Brings a lot of nice things. Is obviously a very high quality heifer. Just like to change her in those couple areas. The gold heifer that comes next is one that is really good in terms of her body as well. Just maybe gives up a little bit in terms of her structural integrity as we study her in relation to the cattle ahead of her. As we get into the next four heifers, I think all ones that have a lot of power and bring a lot to the table just need to be better in terms of their feet and leg structure to sort up higher in the class today. Once again, a really nice class, great group of exhibitors.
Results from Class 4 Prospect Heifers. Class winner goes to entry 2248, Kane Gettinger from Connorsville, Ohio, Indiana. Second place goes to Trace Falkenstein, Oswego, Kansas, with entry 2297. Third place to entry 2196, Landon Moore from Lancaster, Ohio. Fourth place goes to Eli Jarman, Felicity, Ohio, with entry 2189. Fifth place goes to entry 2243, Josie Witt from Bloomingburg, Ohio. Sixth place, Riley Mahaffey, Armenia, New York. Seventh place, Kinley Klein, Ripley, Ohio. Eighth place, Joshua Castile, Hudson, Michigan. Ninth place, Lucas Brominson, Bethel, Ohio. 10th place, Susanna Sinclair, Fergus, Ontario, Canada. And 11th place, Wilson Smith, Bethel, Ohio. We're now showing Class 5 Prospect Heifers, Class 5 Prospect Heifers, Class 6 Prospect Heifers. Please be checking in our makeup area. Class 6 Prospect Heifers, please be checked in our makeup area.
a nice class of heifers, and I think the heifer that starts finds herself there just surely on her skeletal build and structural integrity. She's the heifer that's the most laid back in both ends of her skeleton, and is the most effortless when she gets out here and goes. She can throw her neck up. She can handles her top line really well. She's a heifer that's got some body, and I think one that just gives you the best look in terms of her skeletal build. Still has enough to her when we get her out here. Young lady does a nice job getting her shown. The heifer that comes second is a little bit bolder in terms of her body shape. She's a heifer that's probably more dimensional when you get right in behind her. She gets a little off in terms of her hip design, maybe doesn't handle her hind leg quite as nice as the class winner, in my opinion. The heifer that comes third is just a big-bodied, kind of a productive-looking heifer that's really good in terms of her build. For me, she gets just a little more conventional in the way she's made up through her shoulder. She wants to run downhill a little bit, maybe gets a little shorter in terms of her hip design, but a heifer that's big-bodied and sound in her structure and brings a lot of good to the table. Her angulation to her shoulder allows her to follow ahead of the heifer that comes in fourth, a heifer that really gives you a good look when she's parked. She's up-headed, she's good in her top line. She's a heifer that you like in those areas. As you start to break her down, I think of the top four, she's a little more upright in her shoulder. She gets a little flatter in her rib, and she's a little shorter in her hip design. I'd like to change those things about her, but she's a heifer that brings a lot of good to the table too. Some big feet on her, a heifer that's got some bone. You get in behind her, she's wide in terms of her pin placement, and brings some nice things to the table. Young man's heifer that comes next is kind of a maternal-looking female in terms of her muscle design and the way that she lays it on her skeleton, a big-bodied heifer. She gets a little frailer. She gets a little more awkward in terms of how she uses her structure off both ends, but a heifer that brings some good to the table in terms of just giving you a maternal kind of image from the side. The gold heifer is bold in terms of her body and really dimensional in terms of her overall muscle. She just needs to be a little better in terms of her structure as well. The heifer that comes next is one that's really long-fronted, good in terms of her top line. She's a heifer that kind of gives you a nice look. I just like to moderate her in terms of her frame size, give her a little more depth to her body, and give her a little more dimension as you study her. As we get into these other cattle, just ones that maybe we'd like to tweak in terms of their structure, a nice class of exhibitors with a nice class of cattle. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Results from Class 5 Prospect Heifers. Class winner goes to entry 2172, Glenn's McGirt, Kingman, Indiana. Second place in class is 2177, Kaylee Kasperiski, Riley, Michigan. Third place goes to Claire Mollett with entry 2173 from Mulberry Grove, Illinois. Class 4, Luke Magone, Enon, Ohio, with entry 2193. Fifth place, entry 2288, Dylan Finley, Apple Grove, West Virginia. Sixth place goes to McKinley Bergeron, Chatham, Virginia. Seventh place goes to Zinlin Lee, Mount Pleasant, Iowa. Eighth place to Garrett Hansel, Forest, Ohio. Ninth place, Joshua Castile, Hudson, Michigan. We are now showing Class 6. Class 6 is in the ring. Class 7, you need to be checking in the makeup area. Class 7, you should be checked in the makeup area. Correction to Class 5. Second place goes to entry 2191, Zinlin Lee from Mount Pleasant, Iowa. Third place goes to entry 2177, Kaylee Kasperiski, Raleigh, Michigan. Correction, Class 5, second place goes to Claire Mollett, Mulberry Grove, Illinois, with entry number 2173.
Well, a pretty challenging class as we get into them, and a lot of it's just there's a lot of different pieces as we study all these cattle, and you kind of got to just set the priority on where you want to go with each one of them, and there's just kind of splitting some differences as we get into them. For me, the young man's heifer that wins the class is the one that when we get her on the standstill has the most correct image in terms of her skeleton. She's the neatest up front. She opens up into a big center body. She's really long in terms of her hip design. She gives you the best balanced look from the side. She's a heifer that still gets around plenty acceptable in terms of her structure. But I like to tweak her a little bit in the way she goes off her hind leg, yeah, but she finds herself pretty handily to win this class. Young lady's heifer that comes second is probably a little bit bigger in terms of her foot size. She's a heifer that's a really got a lot of dimension when you get in behind her. She's a long-fronted kind of a heifer. When you get off her from the side, you'd like to open her up and give her a little deeper turn to the center part of her body and change her in those regards. But a heifer that brings enough positives to the table in terms of her balance and her foot size and the things that she offers that we can maybe say she's acceptable in terms of her center body. The young lady's heifer that comes next that maybe doesn't want to cooperate quite as good is probably a little bigger in terms of her center. She's a heifer that's a little better in terms of her turn to the center part of her body. She's a female that when you get right in behind her is really wide and opened up. I'd like to just loosen her up in terms of her skeleton, maybe loosen her up in terms of her spine just a little bit as we study her in that regard. Young man's heifer that comes next will stop and give you a good look. I'd like to square her up in terms of the way she plants down on her hind foot. She gets a little, and square her up in terms of her hock. She's a nice fronted heifer, though, that opens up into a big center body and gives you a nice look when she gets out here on the move. Young man's heifer that comes next is one that when she stands still is really good in terms of her top line, really good in terms of her body shape. She gets a little bit more upright in terms of her shoulder, doesn't use her hind leg as adequate when she goes away, but a nice heifer as well. Young man's heifer that comes next is one that's good in terms of her body. She's a big-footed kind of a female. We get off to the side, and I just like to change her from a balance standpoint. Young man does a great job in terms of getting her shown and presented. The shorthorn appearing heifer is really stout in terms of her feature, a really wide-hipped kind of a heifer. We just need to change her in her skeletal design to move her up in the class. Likewise, as we get into some of these other cattle that come out next, I think cattle that offer a lot of good, I just like to change them in terms of their structure and the way that they get out and go. Young people have done a great job in terms of getting them presented, and my compliments to you on that. Just like to make a few changes to work them up higher in the class.
Results from Class 7 of the Prospect Heifer Show. Class winner goes to entry 2231, Cody Heath, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Class 2 goes to entry number 2206, Cameron Hardy, Mount Orab, Ohio. Third place goes to 2174, Stella Bonham, Hamilton, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry 2264, David Prelip, Ann Arbor, Michigan. Fifth place, Tyler Inlow, Lalado, Indiana, entry 2213. Sixth place goes to Dwight Hamilton. Seventh place goes to Joshua Castile. Eighth place goes to Cole Marley. Ninth place, Molly Shelton. 10th place, Thomas Smith. 11th place, Clint Witt. And 12th place goes to Brooks Singhaus from LaGrange, Ohio. We're now showing Class 7 in the Prospect Heifer Show. Class 7, we need to have Class 8 checked in the makeup area. Class 8, please be checking in the makeup area.
Well, a really nice class, and there's 4 or 5 of them in here that are very competitive, and I think as we get into them, the one that finds her way to the top for me is the young man's heifer directly in front of me. She's one that's just so opened up in terms of her body cavity. She's one that's long in terms of her hip setting, really wide in her pin placement, and goes to the ground with some structure and down to her foot size. I really like a lot of things about this heifer. She is elegant and high tying as the heifer that comes in second. Maybe not, but one that I just really like in terms of her moderate look, her practical body shape, and still puts that together in a really nice package from the side. Young lady's heifer that comes second is certainly one that's really extended up front. She's really long in terms of her spine and good in terms of her structure. I think as we study her in relation to our class winner, we just need to open her up in terms of her center body and change her a little bit more in that area, but a really nice heifer as well. Young lady's baldy heifer that comes in third has some really unique pieces. I love her moderation, I love her body shape, and she probably has that advantage over the heifer right in front of her. As we study her at the ground, I don't know if she's quite as true. You study her in her rear foot, and she wants to roll just a little bit on her outside hoof wall, maybe lengthen her out in terms of her hip design a little bit, but you talk about one that gives you a neat look. I love her baldy face and her big expansive body shape, one that looks like she's got some generating potential down the road as well. I really like that trio of heifers. Young man's red heifer that comes next that's kind of giving him a hard time. She gives you a look when she wants to stop that gives you a great look of balance from the side. She's one that's really good in terms of her body, and I like her in terms of her length of hip. As she gets out here, I'd like to change her in the way that she sets down in her hock and pastern, and that's probably what sorts her out of that top trio. The heifer that comes next, when she's parked, gives you a great look in terms of her extension up front. She opens up into her bold forerib and really good body shape. She's good in terms of the way that her length of hip, and she uses her hind leg. You get in behind her, and she's probably the flattest in terms of her pin width. She's a heifer that when you get her out on the move, gets a little upright in her shoulder and wants to paddle out of her front end, and I'd change her in that regard. Young man's silver heifer that comes next, obviously one that's a little bit more of a market heifer type, and one that you got to admire for a lot of things. Huge in terms of her foot size and bone work, really good in terms of her structure. I love her in terms of her body. She's one that just gets a little shorter and rounder everywhere. I'd like to lengthen her out in terms of her hip, crank her up in terms of her pin setting, and just elongate her in her skeletal makeup everywhere as we study her from that regard. But a bold-bodied, dense-made, big-legged kind of a heifer that comes next. The baldy heifer that comes out next, really maternal in her look, really extended up front, nice in terms of her body shape. She just doesn't piece everything together quite as nice. She gets a little off in terms of the way she ties into her forerib. She gets a little shorter in terms of her hip design, and as a result, maybe doesn't handle her hind leg quite as neat. The silver heifer that comes next is really stout in terms of her overall makeup. She's one that's really muscular when you get in behind her. I just like to give her a more maternal look from her side in terms of her body shape. Give her just a little bit looser in terms of her skeletal makeup. As we get into a couple of these other heifers, I think ones that we just like to tweak from a structural standpoint a little bit, maybe give them just a little bit more of a maternal look. A really nice class of heifers, great group of young people, really competitive up there on the top end.
Winning Class 7 in the Prospect Heifers, entry 2221, Elliston Dice, Avelia, Indiana. Second place, entry 2259, Sloan Boyert, Pleasantville, Iowa. Third place, entry 2278, Macy Stanley, Chillicothe, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry 2187, Foster Watterson, West Columbia, West Virginia. Fifth place goes to entry 2205, Kelsey Blackford, Potomac, Illinois. Sixth place goes to Joseph Woods, Culver, Indiana. Seventh place to Caitlin Larimore, Salem, Indiana. Eighth place goes to Ava Priest, Seaman, Ohio. Ninth place goes to Gracie Lewis, Covington, Indiana. 10th place goes to Gracie Stewart, Sabina, Ohio. 11th place goes to Matt Coverman, Minford, Ohio. And 12th place goes to Cassidy Harris, Lewisburg, Ohio. We are now showing Class 8. Class 8 Prospect Heifers are in the ring. Class 9, you need to be checked in the makeup area. Class 9, you should be checked in the makeup area. Class 10, you should also be in the makeup area at this time. Class 8 is in the ring.
A good class with a nice pair here on top. And of that pair, I think even though they emulate each other in terms of their kind, I think the one that starts just is a little bit sharper in the way she's built. She ties a little bit higher and a little sharper into her shoulder. She ties a little bit stronger right behind her blade, and I think she maintains her pin setting just a little bit better on the move. Everything just kind of hooks together just a little bit more elite than the heifer that comes in second. Certainly, like I said, they really are similar in terms of their kind. The heifer that is second is really high tying. She's a big-bodied kind of a female that's really sound in terms of her structure and gives you a great look as well. As she gets on the move, she just comes apart just a little bit behind her blade. Like I said, wants to drop her pins just ever so slightly, but that's really splitting hairs on a pair that I think is very high quality and are very similar in their kind. The young lady's heifer that comes third is one in her own right that brings a lot of quality to the table. I love her in terms of her body shape and her length of hip. She just gets a little more jammed up from her shoulder forward. She's maybe not as elite in the way that she blends all her pieces together and just doesn't give you quite the look from the side of the two ahead of her. The red Baldy Heifer is one that's really robust in terms of her body. I just like to loosen her up off both ends of her skeleton. Likewise with the Baldy Heifer that comes next, one that's extended through her front end and has some body. Just like to change her out of both ends of her skeleton. And then we end with the heifer that is really powerful in her own right, just needs to be a little bit more upgraded in terms of her structural integrity. A really nice class. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Two really high quality females to start.
Results from Class 8. Entry number 9201 from Heather Griffin wins first place. In second place, entry number 2292, Wyatt Brown of Sylvania, Georgia. Third place, entry 2226, Danielle Reynolds from Deerfield, Michigan. Fourth place, Gracie Weiss from South Charleston, Ohio with entry 2192. Fifth place goes to entry 2245, Lila Hauser from Georgetown, Ohio. Sixth place goes to Matt Timmons from Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee. We are now showing Class 9. Class 9 is now in the ring. Class 10, you must be checked in. Class 10, you must be checked in the makeup area. All first and second place class winners. First and second place class winners, you need to be in the makeup area as well. If you had a first or second, please have those heifers ready to check in the makeup area.
Well, a really good class all the way down, and I think as we get into this top trio, there's a lot of differences. And for me, the one that kind of falls in the center of them is the heifer that I'm going to go ahead and start with. She's a little bit stouter than the heifer that comes in second. I think she maintains her top line just a little bit better as she gets behind her blade and carries that down into her forerib. She's a heifer that's just a little bit leveler down her loin and out her pin setting. I like a lot of those things about her. When she stands here and gets her head up, everything balances extremely well. Just a lot of neat pieces that this heifer brings to the table. The heifer in second certainly is one that's unique from the side in terms of her elevation of front end, the way she can throw her head up so high and is opened up into such a big body. She's a heifer that maybe at times uses her hind leg just ever so slightly more comfortable than the heifer right in front of her. As I study her, at times she wants to get a little piecey right behind her in her forerib and down her top line. Maybe doesn't handle her hip and hind leg or hip design quite as neat. But man, that's splitting hairs between two cattle that are actually a lot alike. The young man's red heifer certainly is the stoutest. If we look at her in terms of her foot and bone work, she's a female. When you get in behind her, she's the most dimensional. Obviously tonight, she's just really not wanting to cooperate with him. Within that regard, she's also a heifer that maybe just doesn't put all her pieces together quite as smooth as the two cattle right in front of her. As we study her in her shoulder, the way that she ties in her hip design, obviously if she cooperates a little bit better, maybe she gathers herself just a notch more elite in that circumstance and makes it a little more challenging as we study them. Obviously, three high-quality heifers that all bring some differences to the table. The heifer that comes in fourth is no slouch at all. Really big-bodied, practical kind of a heifer. I think when we get her out here, she just maybe isn't as elite in terms of her pieces. She drops her pins, gets a little shorter in terms of her hip design, and maybe just doesn't tie everything quite as neat as a couple of those ahead of her. The heifer that comes next is really long-fronted, good, long-topped kind of a female that's square in terms of her pin setting and gives you a neat look. She's not as progressive in terms of her body shape from the side. In terms of her balance, she wants to be a little deeper in her chest in relation to her flank. I'd like to change her in the way she moves out of her hind leg ever so slightly. Young man's heifer that comes next is another elegant kind of a female. She's maybe just a little bit harder in terms of her body shape, wants to get up in the center of her spine just ever so slightly. The young lady's baldy heifer is really practical in terms of her body and her dimension. I'd like to change her just a little bit in terms of her structure, make her a little more elite up front. The two heifers that follow her are really stout in terms of their own right. Just maybe like to change them from a skeletal standpoint to round up this class.
Winner of Class 9, entry 2217, Carter Cornegay from Sperry, Oklahoma. Second place goes to entry 2290, Haley Miracle from Yale, Michigan. Third place goes to entry 2198, Braden Cummings from Hillsboro, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry 2232, Garrett Roush from Spencer, Ohio. Fifth place goes to entry 2185, Nora Watterson from West Columbia, West Virginia. Sixth place goes to Levi Geringer, Ridgeville, Indiana. Seventh place to Blakely Lemon from Manchester, Maryland. Eighth place to Callista Allball from Waterloo, Indiana. And ninth place from Joanna Finley, Apple Grove, West Virginia. Class 10 is now in the ring. Class 10 is now in the ring. All first and second place class winners from classes 1 through 9. First and second place class winners from classes 1 through 9. You need to be in the makeup area and lined up correctly.
Well, a really good class all the way through, and I think 3 heifers on the top end that really bring a lot to the table. The one that just goes ahead and wins for me when you get her out here on the silhouette just does so much, or gives you just a little more of an elite look up through her front end. She's a heifer that opens up really bold into her body type, and I think she's one that's really good in terms of her top line balance and her length of hip, and she gets out and goes extremely well. I really like a lot of things about her. Young man's heifer that comes in second, I really like the way she ties high in her neck. She opens up so expansive in terms of her body and her rib cage. She's really long in terms of her hip design. She's a little more moderate in terms of her frame size. I'd maybe like to set her down just a little bit softer into her hind leg, into her foot. But man, that's a heifer that brings a lot of neat pieces to the table as well. Young lady's heifer that comes next is probably the most robust of the 3 when you get into her. I also think that maybe she's just a little bit further along in terms of her condition as you study her down into her chest. She's a heifer that really opens up, though, in terms of a huge center body. She's good in terms of her structure. I'd like to change her from her loin to her pin setting just ever so slightly when she goes on the move, but a really nice female in that top trio of heifers. Young lady's heifer that comes next, when she's on the stand, you really love this thing in terms of her balance and proportions. She's really good up through her front end, so big and expansive in terms of her body. You get in behind her, she's really wide in her pin setting. For whatever reason, when she wants to get out and go, she gets a little bit shorter striding and wants to swivel out of her hind leg, just gets more restricted in her hind rear leg motion. I'd like to change that about her. Young man's heifer that comes next is one that is also really extended, a long-topped kind of a female that's wide in terms of her pin setting. Just need to change her in terms of her hind leg posture and the way that she gets out and goes when we get her out here as well. Young lady's heifer that comes next is probably one of the softest legged ones that we have in this class. At times maybe gets a little bit too much set to her hind leg and just affects her balance just a little bit when we get her on the side, but you love her flexibility and the way she can get out and go. Young man's heifer that comes next is one that you really like in terms of her center body cavity. I'd just like to change her in terms of her structure, especially out of her hip and hind leg. I'd like, as we get down into the next 3 cattle, I think all cattle that have a lot of upside just need to change some things in terms of their structure to move them up in the class. Really nice class of cattle, exceptional top end. My congratulations to these exhibitors.
Exhibitors with class winners or reserves. Class winners and reserves, they are lining you up in the makeup area as we speak. Class winners and reserves. You need to meet one of the ring stewards and get in the proper line, please. Class 10 results in the prospect heifers. Winning the class with entry 2253 is Keegan Steck from Woodstock, Minnesota. Second place going to entry 2178, McCoy Killingman from Lima, Ohio. Third place going to entry 36, Jenna Setchell from Ottawa, Illinois. Fourth place going to entry 2254, Kiera Moore, Oak Harbor, Michigan. Fifth place going to Christian Cummins with entry 2197 from Hillsboro, Ohio. Sixth place going to Lily Ellsworth from Erie, Kansas with entry 2285. Seventh place going to Carter Brantner from Columbia City, Illinois. Eighth place to Catherine Schwartz, Kenton, Ohio. Ninth place to Austin Smith, Baltimore, Ohio. 10th place to Adeline Riebling, Elkton, Michigan. We are now ready to show for your champion and reserve prospect heifer. Champions and reserves.
Well, I've really enjoyed the opportunity to come out and work through the Prospect Heifer and Steer Show today, and certainly I know it's been a long day for a lot of you guys, and probably many of you have an early start tomorrow morning, so I've tried to move through it fairly efficiently and still give you all enough of a opportunity to get your stock shown, and I feel like that's kind of a fine balance sometimes. I think the heifer shows, especially when we show these prospects, becomes a little challenging because you get out here and it's kind of a bag of Skittles, if you will, in terms of the kind of the cattle that you get in these with the multiple breeds all showing together, and the different cattle that we get out here. And so it becomes a little more challenging for me as we sort through some of these to try to keep a steady pattern. And ultimately, my most important goal as I came out here is to try to find females that were just built good in terms of their skeletal design, and try to find cattle that looked like they had some function and longevity. And I think that we certainly found a lot of those within these classes. And my compliments to all of you exhibitors. I know it's late. A lot of these cattle, I'm sure these are some of the first shows they've been to, and it's a challenge when they're used to being done and let out at night, and you guys have done an incredible job of getting them presented and brought out here. I think as we get into it, it's certainly, there's a lot of cattle out here that represent a lot of quality. And certainly I think when you get to these first prospect shows, one of the things that we've all got to keep in mind is that this isn't the end point for any of them. We all have a objective of what we're trying to accomplish, and we don't want to allow the comments that we make out here today, or the placing that we come up with, to be final in your mind in order to allow you to get discouraged. Instead, use that as a way to go home and build off of it. You know, one of the biggest challenges I think in sorting these early shows is just that a lot of these cattle just aren't quite 100% broke, and so to read structure and to try to get everything figured out just down to the nines is a little bit challenging as a show judge. And so I think that you guys need to take that home and think about that maybe if we talked about something in the way that your balance was in your cattle, or the way they looked on the profile, or maybe how they moved, maybe some of those things were affected a little bit by the way that those cattle represented themselves out here. So I encourage each and every one of you to take these things home, continue down the path that you purchased them for, and what your objective is long term, and not lose faith in what you're doing, because there's a lot of good cattle out here that represent probably a lot of different breeds and a lot of different purposes as they go forward. And I think there's just a tremendous amount of quality. Likewise with some of the cattle that made it, that weren't out here yet, maybe a little greener in their condition or not quite ready, there's certainly a lot of upside to several of the females that we saw not make it back out here. So my compliments to the exhibitors and all the people and the crew that have been putting these together. I'm going to go take one last look through them. I think it was a really good show. If you'll join me, let's give them all a big round of applause.
Congratulations to your champion prospect heifer, number 2253, Keegan Stick of Woodstock, Minnesota from Class 10. Your reserve is entry number 9201, Heather Griffin from Class 8. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. That will conclude our show for this evening. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in Broadbent as well as Freedom Hall to resume shows.